zooplankton such as copepod, and this is known as the deep scattering layer. This layer is found in the twilight zone, but the majority of organisms that make up the layer do a behavior called diurnal vertical migration. This is where they move up to the sunlight zone at nighttime. What's happening is that the sunlight zone contains photosynthetic plankton, so zooplankton are coming up to feed on this, with the darkness protecting them from sunlight zone predators. But they are then followed up by their predators, the lanternfishes, and the predators of these predators follow up, and so on. Then, at dawn, they all migrate back down. This can be considered the largest animal migration on the planet, and the twilight zone fish that take part in this include the most abundant marine organisms on the planet, fish such as lanternfish and bristlebaits. So this layer is a very important food source within the ocean. So what's happening with the sharks is that they are taking part in this migration. Megamouth sharks are coming up to feed on krill and zooplankton like larvae, whilst the goblin shark is coming to feed on the creature, and the cookie cutter is trying to take bites out of the largest animals that are migrating up, like oarfish and even megamouths.
And also, the reverse is true. Many pelagic sharks that typically belong to the shallow water species are known to venture into the deep sea. So, lots of these sharks probably dive past the 200 meter boundary into the twilight zone, like thresher, blue, oceanic whitetips, and hammerheads, and even the most famous shallow water shark, the great white. But sometimes these species are known to go even deeper, down into the midnight. Great whites are 1,000 meters and a record of 1,207 meters. Ocean like to 20,000 meters and 82,240 meters. Basking sharks have been recorded go to 1,504 meters, and whale sharks is to 1,912 meters, making them the deepest diving fish. The regularity of these dives and the length of time spent in the deep sea varies for different species and can also vary within a species. So, thresher sharks regularly visit the deep sea and they strictly follow divergent migration. So, like the pelagic migratory deep sea sharks spend half their lives in the deep sea in the daytime and come to shallow water at night. Blue sharks, they walk but regular dives, spend the majority of their lives in shallow waters but making short about an hour dives corresponding to the time and position of divergent migration. Great whites spend time in shallow waters when they're around the continental shelf, but when they do oceanic large-scale movements, they do periodic deep dives. Some are associated with divergent migration, but they are also known to do rapid oscillatory diving, which are repeated rapid dives to great depths, sometimes called yo-yo dives. Basking sharks also sometimes follow divergent migration, other times do reverse divergent migration, also do rapid oscillatory dives, and other times spend weeks or months in the deep sea, so having seasonal residency there. And whale sharks have been known to have dives associated with divergent migration as well as yo-yo dives. We still don't know exactly why these sharks are doing these dives, and as you can tell from the different depths and behaviours, there are probably a number of different factors going on. One idea is that these dives may be linked to social behaviour. So great whites are known to migrate to an area halfway between Baja California and Hawaii called the White Shark Cafe. And it's here that they develop their rapid oscillatory deep dives. It's mainly males that populate here and females visiting briefly. So it's suggested that they're coming to this area to form mating there. And so one potential reason for the rapid repeated dives is that they're courtship behaviour demonstrating fitness. But remember that basking sharks also make these types of rapid repeated dives, and it isn't thought to be to do with courtship, as they're known to come to the surface to perform social and courtship behaviours. And for the other species dives, social behaviour to be proposed but largely dismissed. Another theory is that these dives are foraging. For the dives that follow divergent migration, their main suggestions is that the sharks are diving to food abundance of food in the deep statuary bed. For basking sharks, which are following plankton, their change from dive to reverse dive migration may be to do with plankton changing depths during different seasons, and the same for their seasonal residency depth. Also, when sharks dive seem to almost do vertical migration but slightly varying, it may be because they're encountering unfavourable conditions in the deep sea that alter their course. So there isn't any direct evidence for this foraging theory, but indirect evidence comes from shapes and dive profiles suggesting foraging behaviour, and also analysis of stomach contents suggesting twilight zone species. This does seem a likely reason for dives associated with vertical migration, but it seems less likely for the infrequent extreme yo-yo dives. Another idea is navigation. All these sharks are pelagic and highly migratory. navigation requires different direction of travel and potentially geographic position. So it's been suggested that these dives might play a role in sharks orienting themselves. Sharks are known to have the ability to detect electric fields, and there's some evidence that they can also detect magnetic fields. It's suggested that they can detect the Earth's magnetic field and use this to navigate. So perhaps they're diving down to better detect this field at depth. A study found that scalloped hammerheads perform highly directional swimming at depth that enabled them to perform daily migrations to and away from seamounts, suggesting that using the change in geomagnetic field intensity caused by the ridges and valleys to indicate it. There are also other cues and gradients that can be detected, like electric fields, chemicals, and just simply following top of rapid beaches. This is the most plausible explanation of the extreme rapid deep dives seen during long-distance movements, such as for great whites. Another idea is also linked to long-distance movements that these dives help save energy. This is again mainly for rapid repeated deep dives. Remember that these shallow water sharks are negatively buoyant, so it's suggested that rather than swimming at a level depth between two walls, it's more energy efficient to travel by gliding down on the descent, exerting more energy, and then accidentally swimming up on the descent. But it has been suggested that natural selection simply would have favoured neutral buoyancy if minimising the cost of horizontal transport is the main function of deep diving. So it may be that these dives do save energy while searching the water for food, but it's not that their primary function is to save energy. And finally, there's the idea of temperature regulation. So the majority of sharks are ectotherms, meaning their body temperature depends on external temperature, and they must maintain their internal temperature in their favourable range in order to maximise performance. So perhaps some of these dives are to do with the sharks getting overheated in the sunlight zone and moving down to the depths to cool down. Other proposed ideas are simply that they're doing predator avoidance, and another idea is that they're making these dives to get rid of parasites, such as whale sharks trying to remove their organs.
The point is, we don't yet understand the reasons behind shallow water sharks' deep diving behavior, but they must have a good reason, because as we've said, in the deep sea they will be facing extreme conditions. Deep sea sharks have evolved special adaptations to cope, so how do shallow water sharks cope? And these shallow water sharks are even diving past the depths that many deep sea sharks live in. The first challenge to consider is the cold and low oxygen depth, which would hinder the functioning of organs. Great whites, other white sharks, thresher sharks, and basking sharks all have regional endotherm, essentially being warm-blooded, and so they may be able to maintain an elevated temperature for key organs whilst diving into the cold deep sea. It has also been found that both blue sharks and white sharks have made their deep dives to 1,000 meters by following eddies, warm temperature anomalies, so perhaps this is one way of diving deep without getting too cold. And whale sharks' large size results in gigantothermia, where their smaller surface area to volume ratio means they take a long time to lose body heat and cool down. Whale sharks being the largest fish and the deepest diving fish suggests that perhaps cold is the limiting factor of the sharks' deep dives. Scalloped hammerheads have been found to hold their breath whilst they dive into the deep. Gills are very good at transferring heat and so leads to rapid cooling, so they close their gills to stop heat flowing over them, stopping heat loss but also stopping them getting oxygen. If this is found in other deep diving species, then it would suggest that oxygen is actually the limiting factor. Another consideration is the lack of light and how this prevents fish targeting their prey. It has been found that whale sharks have blue-shifted rhodopsin, a protein involved in vision, which is a signature of deep-sea adaptation, enabling them to detect the light, which penetrates farthest into the deep sea. They activate this in the deep and then deactivate at the surface so they can see the moving spectrum.
The final point is that deep-sea sharks don't actually live that far into the deep sea. So though you get sharks living or diving down into the midnight zone, which starts at 1,000 meters, sharks are rare below 350 meters and basically absent from the 4,000 meters, which is where the abyssal zone starts, except for one potential sighting of a golden shark at 4,050 meters in 1950. To remind you, the halo zone starts at 6,000 meters and the deepest part of the ocean is nearly 11,000 meters. We get bony fish as far as the halo zone, with the deepest being snailfish with the record at 8,336 meters. So why are sharks absent from this? Well, again, we don't really know. There have only been a few papers on the subject proposing a few potential factors, and these factors aren't mutually exclusive, as in it could be a combination. One is to do with the way that sharks control their buoyancy. bony fish use a swim bladder, while some of the deepest bony fish just use water and tissues. And a bony fish can use their liver entirely to support periods of fasting, while sharks also have to use their liver to maintain buoyancy. And since sharks are typically at higher trophic levels than bony fish, especially at great depths, they simply just require more food in general. Another theory is to do with the way that sharks osmoregulate regularly. So, sharks don't pee. They instead absorb urine into their flesh and later excrete in sleep. More scientific phrasing is they store urea. They store this urea to help retain body water. Urea is destabilized by high hydrostatic pressure, so deep sea sharks need high levels of trimethylamine oxide to counteract the destabilization of urea by the pressure. So it could be an inability to produce enough TMAO to counteract pressure beyond 1,000 meters, or an inability to minimize urea levels or replace urea with other solutes. It has been found that there's a decline in the risk towards sharks of death, and if the trend is extrapolated, there should be zero urea at around 4,700 meters, whereas bony fish osmoregulate differently, they basically drink sand.
This brings us to a point that I'm sure a lot of you have been thinking this whole time. What about Megalodon? Will it be hiding down in the depths somewhere and actually still be alive today? Well, the short answer is no, definitely. The idea that the giant Megalodon could somehow be inhabiting the deepest reaches of the ocean can be attributed to the author of the Meg book series, Steve Alkharid, and the films that have since been made based on it. It's understandably a very appealing idea, and although the films are not exactly the most scientifically rigorous bits of media, there are some cool details included, such as how the Megalodon in the film has extra gill slits, like how 6 and 7 gill sharks may have to help with low oxygen in deep sea. However, everything we understand about the real Megalodon's biology suggests that we would absolutely be aware if it was still alive today. Megalodon died out around 3.6 million years ago after terrorizing the inhabitants of the prehistoric oceans for almost 20 million years. Many factors contributed to its eventual disappearance, such as climatic shifts, changes in sea levels that may have destroyed the nursery sites of many young, and competition with other large marine predators. We actually have a fairly good fossil record for Megalodon due to the fact that sharks continuously replace their teeth throughout their lives, and so many fossil teeth have been discovered all over the world. This also means that if they were still alive, we'd definitely be finding some very fresh-looking meg teeth. There's also fossil evidence of what Megalodon was feeding on, with bite marks found on whale bones and on other marine mammals that indicate it was a predator of shallow water coastal species. Its teeth are often found in deposits that represent warm, shallow coastal seas too. So if it were still around, it wouldn't be deep down in the ocean away from its prey, it would be hunting whales near the coasts, where I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be seeing and filming them all the time. A Megalodon that had survived and evolved to live deep in the ocean would be a very different shark compared to what it actually was. Plus, as of 2024, 27 humans have been to the very deepest point of the Mariana Trench, Channel Deep, and even more have been to just within the trench. So if there was a giant evil Megalodon lurking down there, it definitely would. The environmental conditions of today's climate are also probably not ideal for Megalodon, which seems to have preferred warmer regions, and the modern food webs are also very different now to what they were like a few years ago. Indeed, the actual structure of the ocean's ecosystems would almost certainly be very different if a huge super predator such as Megalodon were still present, and the impacts the population of such animals would have on trophic levels below them would be very noticeable. There have been claims of some very fresh-looking Megalodon teeth being discovered which date to only a few thousand years ago, and therefore proving the monster shark lives. However, this has long since been discredited, with errors in the dating techniques resulting in much younger ages, and the style of preservation explaining why they look so fresh. And there are of course also some videos and eyewitness stories that have been alleged to document living megalodons, but these have also turned out to be videos of different marine species, such as sleep sharks, which can reach up to 20 feet, and also basking sharks. Plus, many of the eyewitness accounts sound a lot like describing whale sharks. But though the Megalodon isn't in the deep sea, there is a real giant six-gilled shark in the deep sea, the blunt-nosed six-gill, which appeared 150 million years before Megalodon ever did, and is still around today.
But speaking of mega deep sea sharks, I want to tell you a bit about my work on the Meg shark. So, As we've said before, the megamouth shark is a species that lives in the deep sea. It's a multi-leader, which is up to 5.5 meters. It named after its proportionally large mouth. This unique species was only discovered in 1976 when it became tangled in the US Ocean in Hawaii. Since then, it's been seen less than 300 times, with the majority of these sighted dead specimens being found on shore by fisheries. The locations of these specimens do suggest the species is in local range, but there's a hotspot for these Asian waters. This has led to the majority of the sightings being from fisheries catches in Taiwan. So when the megamouths do dark vertical migration at night, they get caught by driftnet fisheries, which are targeting other species that do this migration, like pressure sharks, sunfish, and sailfish. Originally, the megamouths were a bycatch, but after they were found to be valuable, they became targeted catch. They aren't targeted for their fins like other sharks, but for their meat. In Taiwan, the whale shark is a tofu shark because its meat is soft like tofu. But after the whale shark became detected, the megamouth's similar meats filled this gap. In 2020, a ban on catching megamouths was introduced in Taiwan. So, if a megamouth is caught, it must now be returned to the ocean, whether it's dead or alive. I'm working on a project investigating this documentary. So, last summer, I was in Taiwan to interviews with conservation organisations, megamouth scientists, and the megamouth fisher. These interviews revealed that there's a number of issues with the fisheries policy, and that a lot of public information about the megamouth situation in Taiwan is simply incorrect. In May and June 2024, I went back to try and film the fisheries documentary footage, but mainly to gain understanding of whether the sharks like to survive these hatcheries. So my project's in collaboration with the Shark Lab in Taiwan, so we can collect tissue samples and bits of acoustic tags with megamouths. I ended up seeing 3 megamouths that were all alive and cut through the remains and smelled unsteady, suggesting that they likely survived this release. So we to reveal the true story of the megamouth situation to help in the documentary scene. But I want to highlight that megamouth fisheries are it's just that whilst we see the megamouth as a beautiful, they just see it as any other fish as a source of income which they depend on, just a bit of a large and strange looking fish. When catch bans are put in place for sharks, they have to consider the livelihoods of fishes and give them compensation or alternatives in order to be fair, but also to be effective in terms of being followed. The megamouth situation is a very specific case study of deep sea shark conservation and certification of fishery. So I want to end by talking about the general global situation of deep sea shark conservation. So one thing that humans target sharks for is their liver oil, which is also why it's mainly used as cosmetics. Due to deep sea sharks having large livers with high survival content, they're especially targeted for this trait, and they're also targeted for their meats. In fact, 1/3 of deep sea sharks are targeted, and half the species targeted for their liver oil trait are considered to recommend extinction. Deep sea sharks are really sensitive to threats of predation. They have a low potential to recover from them. They have some of the slowest vertebrate life in the street, slow lifespans and really low reproductive rates, so there's a very slow population growth. So we really need to take action to reduce fish pollution. One thing that you can do to help is make sure that you buy cosmetics using plant-based oil rather than sharks.
Despite deep sea sharks being half the world's sharks, they are really understudied as native fishermen. It is possible to study these species, it just takes a bit of hard work and often cooperation with fishers. Our knowledge of deep sea sharks and of deep sea habitat is limited but growing, and I hope to see a paradigm shift in our understanding of and importance given to the topic of sharks in the deep sea in the future. I hope I've made you really question what should be considered both the deep sea and deep sea sharks, because when you have bull sharks known to dive to 256 meters and shallow water sharks diving far deeper than many deep sea sharks live, something a bit fishy is going on with our current paradigms. Thank you so much again to B for writing this video and recording with me. Be sure to check her out on TikTok, Instagram and YouTube. Her accounts will be linked below if you'd like to learn more about sharks and marine biology in general. And be sure to watch the other shark video we did together on some amazing Jurassic sharks. Crocodilians are one of the most successful groups of reptiles to have ever evolved. Although often referred to as living fossils, this
The brain, a wrinkly mass of self that seems protected.
Okay.
settings, where there's no conditions, just go through this basic time, just do anything but and stuff. When I first started collecting stuff, I was just skipping lots of supers. Just keep my out collecting the best bits that I found, but as years went on, the story became more difficult to find, but I had to start digging. The digging stone was like killing battleships, yes, was we did one place to dig some grounds, dig the next place and then they're stored. So yeah, it's definitely collecting stones for the most time consuming. But in terms of most challenging, it's not just those. Some blocks. So I did have anything into castle. Makes sense. Started with the second film and started this point, I started to charge myself with this. So I said, don't strip out as much back as possible. And I started getting more helpful. This was not this step. I was running this point as well. I started to build a meditation classes every day, charging them. That's the volunteers or donated a few foundations as the money and then Welsh flag and Welsh flags instead and I was kind of anxious out like some family down there workshop using the online himself so it was his apologies and with that eventually with just a place, so I started on the third floor up and foundations for this surroundings within the same room. And this was built as with the stuff and with the whole ground of snow. was not that was very well around the corrosion. Found one corrosion that against all the same persevered through and still made most everything we could. And that was this floor. The fourth floor. I was technically the fourth floor was the most building. It's two like places. So that damage you always have to go all the floors. But also that's sad. At least we started to have the red hallway, which was definitely the biggest thing is it's like when it was at that time. When I was working at the police, so I went to West. I think the one was because it's my first experience. That counts for that way towards white flame is about nothing else about white flame distribution versus standard association. That is the access not extractions. One expects it's challenging. Yes, there's not actions. So doing this, the opportunity to let emotions to focus. Don't balance this conversation. But I think really honest things that's supposed to be myself as well. This is a very good distraction. Things about himself. Works do something. Processes brings me life and creates goals and ambitions. Yes, really this is the job. And that is what we do. The job self-knowing. What that means is defense from the back weapon. So finding something to do on the worst stuff. So many traits and advice and history. And I guess not just interests from something else and stuff. Fitness. That's the project. So many things that people so dedicating themselves to striving at themselves to every day. I think having such goals massive. So they said because it's really else, it's just so the kids have they started breaking up the stones, some stones in place. The father lots of photographs. You can see there's things special now. I think over the years lots of memories, lots of memories. Bad times, something else. I think most damaging things happened here. It was one nice film. It's nice film, nice movie, finds because don't worry, it's nice as well. And
is percent for himself with going, and they trusted the flames in. No, that kept going at the place. We've got pretty nice. And yeah, so all this stuff. Yes, first, let's say and I built shelter. And even though there were lots of problems and challenges with us, I had made best of my situation. I built a shelter on top of it for them, and it was often hard to get affected. When I first started looking at this shelter, that was really my place at the time. I was building the shelter and all respiration. And when I ended up in the shelter with all the elements, every morning I wake up, spending time to events on there at a lunchtime when I was directly sitting back. And yeah, just seems still as possibly could this much. Sometimes no interaction at all. But I didn't have no mobile phone, no watch, no electric obviously, so there were some inconvenience. I lost the concept of time. And being that disconnected from society, that outside, so was almost liberating. It's all life lessons I still learn today. Silver Space running out of the cabin, and I started to progress, connected my friends and family. Ended up going back to work, finished to the cabin, and it was surprisingly adapted to the situation. And even though there were challenges with it, there was also lots of benefits to it, particularly the mental health. It was so strong. It was difficult to find. I was back to Silver. I spent 3 days in the UK, trying with my dreams. Now it gives me this. I just want to some time like this. However, one day, I came back from work, and looked without in my bag. I just grabbed my own thing, take my bag away with my clothes. Friends and stuff about it, everything was going on. And then I guess it was becoming less but confiscating other false stories at this time. And the farmers, they were absolutely brilliant and very, very generally peculiar people. also Brunette as well. Whereas the caravan everywhere it's which means rubber donkeys and horses just unfortunately, there wasn't too many force for Brunette to balance that, and there was a dog Lizzie, and she's been in absence. She's absolutely everywhere. Down to the beach, was pregnant, around the people she's met over the years, around the kids she's raised around. She's very, very special dog. From the caravan, I had instant access to the molecular thing, and I started making habit in an attempt to recreate what I'd done previously, to have peace. That's just got to interesting one. Yes. I guess I'm too empty to relax, reflect. Yes, sometimes also forget to forget. But I have this opportunity to do it. Perhaps some visitors already raised some family. Perhaps visit myself and some major work trying to create with a family. Put 50 people through accredited medical qualifications, plus NHS staff, schools, charity workers, project leaders, and friends working families. And there was a real mix of people that really benefited from the course. The course itself was absolutely brilliant. The instructor has been extremely supportive and it has been an absolute honor to know him and being able to ask him questions whenever I needed to. He's been very optimistic and things they said hanging over my head. That's which of this person and professional help or professional guidance or advice to make sure you're not doing anything wrong and that you do absolutely. I think setting the courses was challenging for myself because I'm very, very used to my speech and to make all informed calls to decisions. It was something I was out of my depth at the time, but meant a lot to me that I wasn't just doing something physically. I was now a step back in society in some way. For me, that mental health courses and writing and mental health courses was a big step in the right direction for my courses. After that, is when the admin started upgrading and passing, and over the years, we were way over 10,000 visitors from overseas. And we've also had many groups to do with men's mental health and well-being. We've also had quite a few school trips that they have been very entertaining, and yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet some children. At the moment, and unfortunately, I'm starting at the castle, and something about my man chat. And at first, I just got the windows changed, and it's block access to go from the first floor, which was a favourite list, and I thought something was and took down the second stop and simultaneously started building the next cycle, giant table. That's your table went up, second down, which house started picking the blocks off. There's little ones on fire, and both teams recycle the blocks in some way in the future. From the back of the village, that was again, does our work every single day, as is. Unfortunately, MM's statements have to constantly back up, and there's no change in mind, and they want no cast form together. The staff from the council have worked on as much advice as they can, and generally seem as disappointed as however, it has believes that they still exist as intended. They are aware that people struggle with mental health. They know it's 10,000 visitors from overseas. They discover Alkharid as local maps as a tourist attraction. However, at this time they have still the rest of the castle. From this page, and looking beyond the absolute needs, and obviously what I had was just showing that different markets. From that then, able to get advice, understand what's best to do next, understand what the council is doing most specific plans. What's saying is to pass it change the international basis, attention and the body, and after the rest of that history. Since that was brilliant. Appreciates the council's separate recreational to help the plans move forward well as best things. Is an architect now just waiting outside the council there. About in the meantime, still will continue to advance the castle. So, what comes next for this discussion? After the landowners, what is the best is to use the stone to build a small wall at the top of the hill and store. Unfortunately, the last 2-3 weeks, people have given up bugs, trying to get them to so we're just going to use some stuff to make sure that there's no gaps and animals bugs. And it's basically just a way that we can stockpile stone technically until other plants effective next to progress to the next stage. So I don't feel about it all. It's okay. Sometimes you just have to dance over there and certain challenges just need some experience. Stronger. And this is pretty much every round it's a similar. And I think that we have some down. Yes. Recognitions, we don't think we've found it. Everything else is potentials of practical and spiritual. So yeah, that's a lot of work to do. I'll have the next to have finished. 14 down, I'll leave it for a year. But it is what it is. It's not the worst thing that's happened. And it's just good to be honest. What do I do in my spare time? I've been very lucky to get a good film panel despite being off doing different things with challenge myself, not just doing headstands. I wanted to do a carpet next, it's not something I do quite correct. Off the minutes, not full off street down the mountain. From at the castle, I'd like to make fitness, use many exercises in the castle, then on a handstand station. Fitness thing started when I was a kid. I was still running on the legs, just doing those things. At the time I was 16 years old, I did 250 press, and I was a slim. I think that fitness that was sustained me most of my life has continued through the army. When I was young, I worked as a physical training instructor, so I was pretty much doing runs every day, as well as doing taps and social media sessions from series to teams. But also next down I went into the boxing tournament. Because I worked in the gym, I knew who was in what weight category, so I found out who was in mine, and the boys came to the gym one day, and I was on his way to the bench with 8 kilograms doing flies. So I went next to them with 36 kilogram dumbbells and started to flies as well. And I looked across them and was over to him. They didn't leave as a weight category, I dropped down to 60 kilograms. So I weighed myself with them, and then 2 boys never did the marathons. I was going straight through to the finals to finish White Johnson. First round I got Johnson and Rainbow a few times. And halfway through the second round, I knocked him around the ring and he was against the ropes, so I was hoping to drop his card. He was absolutely motionless. I stepped back as I pulled my leg back. I realized what was happening. I looked at the referee, shook my head, put my hands up and walked backwards. And at that point, I stood and stopped the fight. I ended up winning the boxing tournament. I don't think I was the best boxer that day. Probably the strongest man in the band, but definitely not the most talented boxer ever. I think I won the award of the best boxer because in that moment I showed passion and strength. But yeah, fitness is probably a big thing for me in my life. What else has been happening? Well, a few years ago, three film companies asked if they could buy the rights to my life story.
Dá troll lá na minha cara. Acho que bug é o quê, filha? Bug é um besouro que entrou na porra do computador, quando o computador era do tamanho de uma sala. Entrava besouro e o besouro pegava e subia na RAM e fudia o computador. Aí deu um besouro no computador. E aí começaram a chamar de bug, mesmo depois que os computadores ficaram pequenos e todo erro virou um bug. Tá troll lá na minha cara? Acho que bug é o quê, filha? Bug é um besouro que entrou na porra do computador, quando o computador era do tamanho da sala.
Had the pleasure of watching a couple of films today, but also they were all characters in their own special ways and had their own specialities. With that, different experiences, they travel around the world, different projects, and spent these different years. It was a real privilege to spend that time with them. Yeah, it's not guaranteed yet, but it's a possibility the film will be on TV for the first time around November 11th, Remembrance Day. It's very adventure based. Also, they have proposed to have the film take the past and the film get back together again. And also to illustrate the projects that they want to around with. Also, we can promote German ambassador for the face of the company. The King Labs has, over the last few years, worked against the past a few times. From that, the friends and they asked if they could have it as a work still. So, all team is sit down the interactors, which makes it more than film together, and also to see how after this time, that life for them was an extraordinary day together, and after that, I didn't take the place to met with the team again, and then proposed. If Mark an expert came up and to look at the photo shoots that the cast helped promote the product, which I think is epic, like in humans. sound was absolutely brilliant. Bit into it. The word that takes down. So before things did not go for what we planned, there was what we planned, but shoot, so I'm very much looking at opportunities to come from that in the future as well. The other great thing with drugs is they've great generous donations to a few charities that I think are associated with those. So that's been greatly welcomed, and many people are actually very, very grateful for what they've seen already. One of these companies, one of these foundations, as you see, is the Make Health Fiction. Now, I always say pretty much every time I see London, the time when it closed has no safe-line. There's many young child passes. And what the Make Foundation do is assist families through difficult periods. They go to hospitals, provide meals, counseling, and support. Often, children don't go to hospital, and in those circumstances, they provide overwhelming support. Not only this, they are great natural to the community in terms of family, and being physically active. The team themselves are all volunteers, and with this, I'm very, very happy to see fundraising. Yes, this is it's a type of very active feature. I'm also ambassador for an organisation called Bright Vegans. What they predominantly do is take guided hiking for spread, but also places around clubs. They are very, very supportive, very friendly team, and if anyone would like more information to follow, please visit their page, Bright Vegans. Through that, I also invited to build some shelters in the other places around Wales. The first one I built recently, away from the castle, has been a beach shelter. Again, just planting pebbles off the beach and some driftwood. But unfortunately, the night it planned, as soon as the sun went down, all the insects came out and they made sleeping there impossible. After that, I built a cabin in forestry, no direct street, associated with Blackstone, close by, and some trees. It's very, very similar to the first cabin built by some of us. Recently, it's been released that those with the castles go to it. So I go to it myself. Also, I built giant TV. I had intended to build a TV. It came about because I'd been camping for a few days, and I very often go over to visit and I checked emails. I came back from a long trip to find my electric company and turned things over, and because I hadn't responded to these emails, my electric was off. And as such, a large T-bone steak was defrosted in the freezer. This T-bone steak had sentimental value to me, and built this TV in a hole that I put the steak sticks. The steak itself was by far the nicest steak I've ever tasted in my entire life. It was a present from a Spanish family that came over a few times last year, and I think the time I spent with them was a time I treasure very much. Such strength and determination was definitely. Also, I've been building something I literally, it's best way to describe it. It is giant tree. It's definitely developed that is still part of the surrounding the side. So I did that once underneath and put a stone wall down the back. And when I dug out, by chance, I read this natural almost like farm off the stone wall. So, that's the so the opposite side of the path we're taking. So it's very good to actually get to this end. But again, that case is very useful. That's right. I do enjoy spending time very much. So I'm just trying to build things that are basis. I think that the book is most important. It's not something from my childhood. That's something to do with sense stories in the teenage years. But then also since regiments and young went to Afghanistan. It was not Afghanistan. I need something else. Tears like a castle. It's most recent experiences and how it's affected them, how they feel significantly improved, and listening to and especially then they've also known and the best way to describe it is if you force somebody into a romantic response and then they pass away and they pass away to the difficulties. Share the experiences of health and hopefully raise questions or raise circumstances, situations that find themselves in. And with that, then I let's make you know, the cast has helped a lot of people. The children, the biggest aspiration is that the book will make a big difference. So once again, thank you so much for the support, the donations, thank you for watching us before the weekend, and all the support that has been pushed to answer this, and most personally, back to progress. Hopefully, you guys have cast the way this is and maintain this together. Thank you so much.
Summer 2025, British citizens are going to have to pay a €7 EU visa waiver fee if they want to enter the European Union. This is something which honestly EU countries don't have to pay to enter each other, and so it's been lauded by all sorts of British tabloids as a Brexit tax. Lots of websites are going to be mad about this because the EU wants to charge us just because of that. Except actually, obviously, this is for all non-EU countries, and fascinatingly enough, it's actually one of the latest and cheapest schemes to come out. All sorts of countries around the world, including the UK, by the way, but obviously the most famous example is the ESTA from the United States. All sorts of countries are trying exactly this same system, but the question is why, what does it achieve, and what does it do to the concept of visa-free travel? And the long story short, that is visa-free now means visa-free. The idea that you can just travel to another country is becoming more limited, and let's talk about why now. So yeah, this waiver is going to cover travel to the Schengen area, which is every EU member state except for Ireland and Cyprus. Ireland has a travel arrangement with the UK, and Cyprus has maybe not. Let me explain this on the slide saying half the country is right now. So basically every other EU country and also Iceland, Norway, Switzerland. All of these countries can be covered by the scheme, and so if you want to travel Finland to Spain, from Hungary to Iceland, you need one of these visa waivers, which makes it pretty good value. It covers 30 countries as opposed to Canada's or the UK's one. And so let's come back into this for a second, because the fee is actually really low. The EU Commission even says that €7 is way cheaper. That's a funny quote than the US ESTA, which costs $21, which is about 2.5 times as much. And yeah, this fee will apply for anyone between the ages of 18 and 17. This is fascinating that it's free for children over 17s. Why is that the case? I need to come back to that later. The United States just charges everyone inside the family, whereas the EU is not charging adults, which seems like it defeats the point here. But anyway, the thing is, they haven't actually said exactly when it's starting. They're just saying sometime in 2025. The first half, mainly. That keeps on changing over time, and so we can assume by summer 2025 it's going to be impacted, but we still don't know. Why is the scheme being introduced? The EU says it will strengthen security checks for most persons who travel visa-free to the EU. In other words, countries around the world, so this is the exact same thing the United States says, you need to request a travel authorization, which is your ESTA, and it still means that you can travel visa-free. If you look at any country, it's still, you're traveling to the United States and the UK, traveling between the two is still going to be visa-free, but you need to fill out a visa waiver. So, the concept of a visa, if you're not familiar, is instead of being able to travel freely to a country, British citizens can travel freely to the UK when they want their own overseas, and we can also travel freely in the common travel area, but also a lot of countries agree that are on similar levels, and you can travel freely between them. You can travel freely between the United States and Canada. You don't have convictions, etc. And so the idea of a visa is for some countries. So the United States requires this for Mexican citizens or from Namibian citizens. There's a little bit more risk in play, and so you fill out in advance why you want to go, and then you pay a fee for that, and then you get to go to the country. So basically, all sorts of Western countries have these visa-free systems with each other, where we say, oh yeah, we don't need a visa from you. We trust you because you trust us. It's a great mutual agreement, except with the introduction of the ESTA, which was the first in the world, the first modern system. Basically, you still are going to be, introduced to travel visa-free, but if you don't want to travel with visa, you need a visa waiver. So a visa waiver is like this, right? You fill out a form, you say why you want to travel, fill out all sorts of basic details, like looking at the genocide. It sounds like a joke, I always have to make sure I get the no box because I don't know my God. Things that you have to be very careful. You have to fill out the box, you have to make genocide, and then you can travel in. You pay $21. $4 for that is a processing fee. You pay this whether or not you're successful, and if you're approved to travel, you pay $17, which is just hilarious, right? Once they've proven you're safe to travel, they ask for $17 just because ultimately that's it. You can actually find out the reason they do this is that the fun thing, a family of four has to pay $18, but the reason they say this is that $17 of this money goes to a fund to promote US tourism. The money that they use, just to clarify, $4 is the fee to actually get it done. $17, that is $68 for a family of four, goes to promote US tourism, which they write their money saving expert and they say is ironic because a better way to promote US tourism would be not to charge people to visit. Except US tourism numbers show you can charge people access and then use that money to advertise, and that is somehow a better system than not charging people to enter. And so what has happened? Well, other countries around the world have started similar schemes. Canada was, I believe, the first to follow. I've only been traveling intercontinentally since like 2016 or so. Since Norwegian started their 1999 flights. My first flight to Canada required one of these. It was semi-optional and then became fully forced. So somewhere in that period. And then, funnily enough, as soon as I go somewhere in the world, the nationalities are like, we can't be letting the traffic like this. And so just as soon as I went to New Zealand, I think they started it like that week. So when I booked the flight, they didn't require a New Zealand ETA, but by the time I was traveling, the airport lady's like, you don't have to New Zealand ETA, you better fill it out right now, your flight leaves in 3 hours. But the New Zealand ETA also costs $17. If you use their 3 hours, this is the freakiest one of all. I found this out just while researching this video. You know how some websites are like, oh yeah, just so you know, you can get a little discount if you sign up for an app, like Team and Level Logic. The New Zealand government says that. They're like, yeah, $23 if you use use our website like a boring person, but give us access to your phone and we'll give you a $6 discount. Why is the government giving me a discount for having an app on my phone? I really want to know. Anyway, the other fun thing is that they charge this money and they use this, as they say, by the way, also, it's the first part of the but they use this money to fund tourist infrastructure and protect the natural environment. In other words, let's quickly find out. Let's see what the price is. I'm a citizen from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I am, it's really annoying that, like, you have to type basically the same, enter your passport number as it is, 555-666-777, it's 2032, June, there we go, that's good. Travel the details, just have it look easy, it's not going to be crazy. But the point here is to say that you have to pay money to visit these countries, and so the last example is the UK. Right now, we only do it with these countries, at least, we just assume that at least places in the world. But basically, lots of countries are going to require an ETA to visit the UK soon, which is the same thing as the system. Basically, countries all around the world are saying, oh, yeah, borders are kind of porous, huh? Like, anyone can just get on a flight, and so this is the crazy thing, right? If you get on a flight and you land in the UK, even if you got on that flight with illegitimate means, if you then claim asylum and have a good enough reason that the UK government can't prove that you aren't, fleeing a threat from your home country, then, oh no, guess what? You're in the country now, which means there are all sorts of reasons to get to the EU, to get to the EU. They clarify that the reason they want to do this is in response to the migrant crisis and concerns of terrorism. It is really easy with the advent of commercial flights with visa-free travel for basically anyone to get anywhere. It used to be, in my lifetime, I've seen the price of flying to the United States go from this like $1,000 return thing to like, you can fly $99 flights for a weekend. I've seen the price of flights to Asia go from, once in a lifetime, or like maybe a year, 20 or something like that. So like, oh yeah, there's, I recently booked flights with some friends to a 5-star hotel in Kuala Lumpur, and including the flights there and the hotel for a week, it was £500. And it's like, man, that you wouldn't get a hotel in the UK for that price. And then a lot of flights to another continent. The price of travel is going down, and that means the riffraff like me are coming in, and more seriously, countries are concerned about the equivalent of being from other parts of the world which have official access to the country, but maybe aren't necessarily what they got. So the ESTA system, 99% of travelers get one just fine, but that 1%, instead of having to deal with them in the US, where US laws apply and all that stuff, you can deal with them overseas. Europe is looking to do a similar thing, and so too is the UK. When I just quickly share that, everyone complains about Europe the most because I think the European Union system is a continent-wide system. It's going to affect a lot of people traveling to all sorts of places, like I mentioned, Finland down to Spain. But the most interesting one has to be the UK, and so I think £10 is a reasonable fee to get here. Compared to $17 to download the app, $35 to get there. I think outside of Canada, by the way, Canada only charges Canadian $7. Do you know what Canadian $7 is in 7 CAD to GBP? Look at that, it is nothing. I want to do it. There we go. It's about £3.92, or about wow, good job, Canada. Your currency's still low right now. $5.18. It's cheap to go to Canada compared to some other countries, which is great. The UK is the second cheapest, and the UK's ETA is fascinating because we're going to be applying it not just to all of these places, so every EU member state plus Andorra, Israel, Paraguay, South Korea, Japan, every country that can visit us is free, more or less, will have to pay our £10 fee to get in, even if they're transiting here, which is bad because we grow the biggest transit points in the world. So something like 1 in 3 passengers come to London Heathrow and then just jump on another plane and never actually see the UK, which is interesting because that means that a lot of people come to the UK exclusively are in the borough of Hounslow and then think that that's what the UK looks like. And no wonder we have such a bad international reputation. And what here is to say is that if you look into the UK scheme, we're actually going to be charging one of these for British nationals and overseas citizens. I think this is just Hong Kong, former colony of Hong Kong. British overseas citizens. This is people who live in what wouldn't be the British Empire, but is still kind of like a holdover. Former British colonies. So there's quite a few of these around the world, and they charge us to enter their country. It's still weird to reverse, but still British subjects with right of vote in the UK. Oh, sorry, British protected persons is an even more bizarre nationality. We have people who are from the former protectorates and territorial transiting trusts. We have so many classes of citizens, and so British citizens can enter the UK. British subjects, British overseas territory citizens, not to be mistaken with overseas citizens, overseas territory citizens, and also Irish citizens. So, yeah, fun fact, my girlfriend is technically speaking from Ireland, and so Anne does not get to use this as an Irish passport, I should say. And whereas if you were a British overseas citizen or a British national that was overseas, then you would have to pay this £10 fee, which is just kind of nuts. Anyway, I wanted to talk about ETAs. It's one of the fascinating things about travel, and as you know, I love to talk about travel on this channel, and now you know a part of the reason why. Speaking of a part of the reason why, I have noticed the one thing all of these countries have in common besides, just this one thing. Besides the EU, which is just their scheme, do you know what all of these countries have in common? The USA, and Canada, and New Zealand, and the UK. It's weird because there are, I've spoken to a friend of mine, Mexico's also from Canada, and he often describes the world as three unions. There's NATO, there's the European Union, and it's Five Eyes. That's what you generally consider to be the Western world, right? And weirdly enough, the Five Eyes is really the same, the Anglos. All the Anglo countries have this commonality on how they view immigration and how they view the country. And now that's been solidified with the UK finally joining the ETA club. Would the world be a better place if we didn't have to pay for travel? Yes. Is that something which is going to happen? Probably not. But I want to say, it was their unity, charging people to enter your countries and somehow still getting away with it, seems to be the one thing we have in common. So if you're from somewhere in the atmosphere, congratulations. You can charge people. You're going to charge me $10 to get into your country. I'll charge you £10 to get into mine, and then the money will go out and we'll just have a lot of tourist mats for each other. It'll be great. Alternatively, if you're from Canada, Australia, or New Zealand, have you looked into Canada yet? We should totally pull a little. We have one fee across all countries. Look into it. Just saying. If you have an elected official and you'd like to officially vote to merge with the UK, I'll vote for my elected official to vote to merge with your country, and we'll get this done. Anyway, hopefully you enjoyed this video. You're looking wonderful today. Oh yeah, you really, I can tell that you've had I can tell things have been going well with you today, and I hope that you keep looking beautiful. So I'll see you next time. Just get a second channel, give me money on Patreon, nice things. Goodbye.
Welcome to the mathematical world of film ratios, which requires us going back to a time when videos were actually filmed on film. Well, I say go back to, we are filming on film right now. So I am talking to a 35mm camera. Like, there's no sensor over there. It's just film. The photons from me go through the lens, hit some chemicals, and you are seeing those exposures. It's so ridiculous. And as far as we're aware, this is the first ever YouTube video filmed on 35mm film. I mean, there are other videos like short films that were filmed on 35mm and are now on YouTube, but this is it. This is the first time someone has deliberately made a YouTube video for YouTube on 35mm. And the reason no one else has done this before me is because it's so expensive. We had to order like 2,000 feet of film, which gives us just under half an hour of actual filming time. And as it's going through, it's just costing money. Every second at the moment is costing us $1, $1 US more film. And on top of that, we're going to have to process it afterwards and scan it. And that's an extra $1 a second, which means this is a good time to thank my Patreon supporters. So if you support me on Patreon, just imagine how much you give me as either a fraction or a multiple of $10. Because the amount of film that goes through the camera between now $10. And $100 a film is between now, this one's a little bit longer, but not as long as you would expect for $100. And actually, now that we've got like digital cameras where the marginal cost of actually filming is basically $0 a second. Why would I be doing this on film? Well, we're in LA, we're in the Kedlow. This is a rental house where you can come in and you can like test and hire equipment, which is why we've got all the lighting and focus stuff behind me, and they very kindly let us come in and actually film on film while talking about film. The Patreon supporters, at the very end of the video, I'll mention if you're supporting me now or by the end of the month, you might be able to get some of these off your very, very own. They very kindly funded this whole thing. Oh, and by the way, $100 is up now. So expensive. So what is film? Well, basically, it's some kind of back so it's got something to stick to, and then the front bit here is a photosensitive chemical that's evenly spread across this. I've actually made a scale model so you can see this a little bit better, and it's called 35mm film. The outer dimension from there to there is 35mm across. This model is actually a 10:1 scale, and my friend Beck Hill spent a very long time last night counting out all these little holes. So these are the perforations which are used by whatever mechanism, the camera, the projector, to grab the film and move it around. But apart from them, there's nothing to distinguish one frame from another. Just this entire surface is photosensitive. The camera decides where each frame goes. Right now, we are shooting on what's called Super 35, and here is a scale model of what that looks like. It is 24.9mm across, 13.9mm high. This is designed to fit perfectly between the perforations, with no space wasted. We'll have one frame there, next frame there, next frame there, all the way up. And that is a diagonal ratio of 1.79. And we're going to crop it in slightly. You're watching this on YouTube at 16:9 ratio. So that's 1.78, and so this is 1.79. We just take a little bit off, and done. However, back in the day, this is regular 35, while we call this Super 35. I'm not, by the way, if I make a mistake, we cannot afford a second take, so we're going to push through. So this is 13.9mm, the same height, but it's only 22mm across, and that's because it would expose on the side there and leave room later on for the sound data to be put in. But because we're recording sound separately, I've got a little lapel mic here. We don't have to worry about that. We can do the whole thing from side to side. Oh, but yes, this is green. Can't imagine anyone's gonna take advantage of that. So we're filming on Super 35. However, that is not the only option. For the record, if this looks a bit different, we ran out of the old film stock. So this is what we were filming on a moment ago. This is like 200 tungsten, and because we're now out of that one, we're onto this one, which is 250 daylight. So slightly different color, which you might be able to notice. Depends how we process it afterwards, I guess. Anyway, we are here to talk about how the light gets onto the film, and the lens doesn't just project a rectangle, it's a circular lens. You get an image circle, and I don't know if this is exactly to scale because this changes lens to lens, but it's a possible image circle, and you need to block the light below and above. So there's something called a gate in the camera, a bit of metal positioned here to block this light, a bit of metal up here to block that light, and that's why we can take the image circle, just end up with a Super 35 rectangle like that. And if you put the gate somewhere else, you'll get a different ratio. And this wouldn't be called Super 35 like 24.9mm by 13.9mm. This would be called 3-per. These perforations, which are there for practical reasons, have been repurposed as the standard unit for distance along a film strip. So you can see here, if I line that up, it covers 3 perforations. So that's how you measure the height. We're now going to switch to 4-perf, and that means we need a gate that's like a little bit more open, and we have to adjust the mechanism which drags the film up each time, so they get a different amount of film. And that takes a while, so we're not going to change it. That camera, we've already got this camera. It's set up for 4perf. So the next shot you see will be filmed with that one. And cut. Again, 3perf. You're now watching me in 4perf. Different ratio. So this one's got the same width, so it still fits in there. It's still super 35. But now we've got a height of 18.6 millimeters. So that is a diagonal ratio of 1.34. It's basically 4:3. You're looking at me now in TV ratio, which is why we had to bring in these black bars on either side. But importantly, because we're now exposing more film, we get effectively more quality. So not the resolution, but one of the limits is the grain size, the actual size of the chemicals and things that are reacting. And by exposing a greater area of film, it makes the grain impact small, because the grain is smaller. So even though on your screen the size hasn't changed, because we've had to scale it down, the grain size is smaller. With that said, because we're on a different camera, so here's our original camera A over here, we're now on camera B with the 4perf gate. We've now switched to 500 tungsten film stock, which has bigger grain, but on the same film stock, by projecting a bigger image, you get better quality. Downside is, of course, it's more expensive, because we're going through, we're moving 4/3 as much film each time. So this is now costing us 133% of the previous cost. So expensive. And there are ways to get that cost down. There is a very clever bit of analog compression, which I'm going to explain in a moment. But first, there are two other easy ways to reduce your cost. One is, it's film each time. I introduce you to 2perf. We are not going to be filming on this. It's ridiculous. It's a mere 9.5 millimeters high. So just look at that. And that's, you're barely, there's a shot, you're going to fit so many more in. So this would be a lot cheaper. It's ridiculously widescreen. That's a ratio off the top of my head of 2.64. Sorry about that. So we could do that. We're not going to. The other option is just to use smaller film. Instead of using 35mm film, you could use 16mm, which is like half the size. It's so much cheaper. We should have also hired and set up a 16mm camera. So we did. We have got a 16mm, and now we're going to do a little side-by-side comparison. Here's what we're going to do. We have a 35mm film. We are going to put this in camera A, which you have already met. And then over here, we're going to put a 16mm camera, which we haven't put there yet, because we need the camera, like the tripod head from underneath this camera, and then we're going to put 16mm film into that one. Because both of these are pointing in exactly the same direction, or they will, we can then do a split screen, and you'll be able to see the exact side-by-side comparing 35mm to 16mm. Let's do it. We have shot 3B. This half is 35mm. You're looking at it. It's not bad quality. I'll put that there. Is that clear? I don't know. And in theory, it should be different on the other side. So if I roll over here, this is the 16mm side. This is now 16mm quality. Actually, I can pop that in the center. And we've done our best to try and line up, because this has to have a wider lens because the film is smaller, whereas over here on the bigger 35mm film, we've got a more narrow lens on it, but we think they're pretty close, and it's the same film stock. So this is 500 tungsten, and this is 500 tungsten. The only difference is the size of it, and that does save a lot of money. So here, there's your 16mm to scale with the 35mm on that side, and there's your Super 16. So that's 12.5mm by 7.4mm. Pop it in there. It's got a ratio of 1.69. So pretty much the standard widescreen you're looking at this in, and each one is exposing that much of the paper. If you want to go even cheaper, there is Super 8. So when I was a university student, many years ago, I did some short films on Super 8, and this half again, and both of these only have the perfs on one side because they're too small to need both, and that's great. And they're adorable. Look at the size of that. That is, what's that, 5.8 mil by 4 millimeters. And that's 10 times bigger. That's like 10 to 1 of what is so small. It's just ridiculous. And you won't ever really use this for anything of note. You will see major motion pictures filmed on Super 16. You will go to the cinema and see something on this, even though it's so much smaller than our 35mm. There's our Super 35 again. And look at the size difference. So this is where the saving comes from, because this is half the width, it's half as much to buy the same length of film, but because that's half the height, it goes through at half the speed, because area scales with the square length. I think that works. You end up spending a quarter of the money. So over here, this is costing me a quarter of the money. This is a much cheaper way to film on 16. The only exception to when filming on 16 is cheaper is if you're also simultaneously running a 35mm camera. That puts the budget way back up again. So we're going to stop running 2 cameras right now. Here is the analog compression I was promising you earlier, and it's happening right now because we are filming this on the Super 35 full perf, but it doesn't look like this, does it? Look how wide it is, and that's because we changed the lens. That lens no longer has the image circle we were talking about earlier. It now has an image oval. It's taken the light coming in from the circle and it has squashed it down in a 2-to-1 ratio, and it projects that onto the film. This may not be 100% to scale, but you get the idea. And it projects that onto the 4perf Super 35. And then in post, we're able to stretch that back out again. And by doubling the horizontal distance, you now get this incredible widescreen that you're looking at. So this is now a ratio of 1 to 2.68, which you could pop into, but that's just incredibly wide shot. If we undo the stretching in post, it looks like this. Real squash. This is what the actual film that once it's been developed, this is what it looks like. And speaking of the physical film, if you want some, if you're supporting me on Patreon by the end of the month, you can opt in. You have to tell me. If you go to patreon.com/standupmaths, you can say, I paid for the film, I want some. And I will post you some of the film we've taken today. Maybe it'll be this anamorphic shot where we all look squashed. Okay, this is back out to the widescreen. This is a very clever way to still get the 4perf resolution height, but yet you can get the full widescreen instead of being limited to the 4:3 ratio. Not without its downsides though. If you have a look, if we go out of focus, instead of getting circles from those lights in the background, you get ovals. Lens flare responds differently, so if I get a direct light, if I can get this flashlight to trim, it's going to shine into the lens. The lens flare is different in the vertical direction compared to the horizontal direction. That's just because those directions are now different in the lens. I mean, I can even see, if I look down the lens, I can see an oval-shaped aperture instead of a circle-shaped aperture I'm used to. So it's a very clever way to get higher resolution film. I've made a big deal about how this is the first YouTube video shot on 35mm film, but I could be beaten because there is a bigger format out there. There is 65mm film as has just magically made its way into the shot. Look at the size of this! It's twice again compared to our friend 35mm. I get this. Now there is the standard way of using 65mm, like we'd already seen with 35. You get a shot like this. This is 5perf. That's 52.6mm by 23mm, and that lines up right there like that. But we can do so much better. You may have heard of IMAX. IMAX is like the ultimate in film formats, and here is our scale model of IMAX, or rather, that is half of it. Here is the scale model of IMAX. That's 70.4mm by 52.6mm. Again, how on earth are you going to get this size frame on that film? Well, IMAX goes through the camera horizontally. So instead of, because your limiting dimension is perf to perf, instead of that limiting your big dimension, that small, and you're smaller even smaller, you're limiting the small dimension, and you can have a big dimension. So that fits. Whoop, yeah. Look at that. Isn't that ridiculous? And compare this to our friend 16 mil. So you will go to the cinema and see very good films filmed on 16 mil, and you will see ones filmed on IMAX, and that is just like, are they even related? That is just silly, and this is a very good time to make one of the most important points of this video, because our friend here, the IMAX, is a 1.34 ratio, and before we are looking at full perf, that is also 1.34 ratio. So when you're talking about film, it's not just aspect ratio. Both of these are the same aspect ratio. As you can see, they are very different formats. Next. You can walk right through this, by the way. Go for it. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you learned some things about film formats, ratios, and I know this is old tech, but it will explain some things you're seeing here in modern movie making, and if you hear things like Super 8 or 30. here, full frame, which is still used in the digital era, that's back from when you put it on its side and you'd have the fullest possible frame that fits. And 35mm, this is the same as normal stills film, that's full frame. So I guess IMAX is full frame 65mm. So there you are. That's it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. That's still the question of why. Why would people want to use film when they can now use digital? And you know what? It's an artistic choice. It's not a decision you can make when you're making the art that is cinema. So yeah, digital can do amazing things, incredible looks, but there's something about the look where like light is actually interacting with the layers and the chemicals and the grain. Like you get very specific looks from things like 16mm and IMAX. You should go watch. Find something in the cinema that's in 16mm, find something else that's in IMAX, go and see those, see if you can spot the differences. Watch some movies. That's what I'm trying to say. How much footage have we got left? Driven on this roll. 250 feet left. I'll thank some people. I'd like to thank whoever's reversing a truck that's beeping because we can't do another take. This is it. This is the take that's happening. I'd like to thank Keslo, who let us come in, run around, play with all their kits. They've been incredibly supportive, very, very helpful. Huge thanks to Truman, who is a film loader on Hunts. Dan Ming. Thanks to Dan Ming, buddy of Truman's, who hooked us up with this. Thanks to Beck Hill, who made a bunch of the props and has been here doing the slate clapping and all that jazz. And thanks to my Patreon supporters who made this possible. In fact, we'll run some names. Look at these names. There's a Patreon supporters. Like for you. Wait, how much we got left now? It's like at least 100 foot. 175 feet. We'll run some names. Check them out. I don't always use your money to buy film. In fact, you didn't even pay for me to get here. I was out here doing some shows. Anyway, thanks to everyone who came along. I mentioned in the previous video, the show in LA. That was like 2 nights ago. It was kind of fun. Thanks for coming along. And if you support the channel, I'll make more ridiculous film. I can guarantee each video I make will be ridiculous in its own special way. So that's it. Thank you for watching the world's first, and I suspect only ever, YouTube video shot on 35mm film. Got it. And we're back. So we thought, well, we just realized how underexposed this is going to be. We were kind of managing what. Oh, we can roll the names again, by the way. We've been managing the different film stock we had, but we accidentally left like the least sensitive film at the end of the day when it's a cliche, but we're losing light. So what we're going to do is we're going to underdevelop this, and then we're going to push process it, which is where you leave it in the chemicals for longer when it's being developed. It's like After Effects, but it's just effects. Like you just leave it in the chemical soup for longer. After, I guess it's effects after. That works. And so that's why this looks particularly contrasty and particularly grainy, and that's not because we weren't managing stock and time properly. As I said before, it's an artistic choice. So I just want to make that very clear. We've done that deliberately so it looks great, and to run as many of these names through as we can before the film hilariously runs out at the very end of the video. So thank you so much for watching, and I guess I'll disappear any second now.
Scene thumbnail, take 28.
Yeah, we'll roll that. Because we had to film the thumbnail on film. Right, I'm getting straight to the pitch. The new petition is at matsballs.com. Please do go there, link below, and sign the petition. We want to get a Wembley Stadium's worth of signatures. However, if you're one of these people who insists on knowing the details of what you're signing, fine. Here's the video. I have a plan to fix this geometric abomination. It's a new plan. So if you've been watching my channel for a while, you know I have a long-running campaign against the geometrically inaccurate football on the UK street side, because that's made of light-coloured hexagons and dark-coloured hexagons, whereas an actual classic football is made of light-coloured hexagons, so far so good, and dark-coloured pentagon. And I cannot overstate this. A pentagon has 5 sides, and a hexagon has 6 sides. I've said that so many times. I went on sports TV. I did a lot of sports media, which I wasn't used to. This all happened 6 years ago when I launched a campaign to fix the street signs, because they are a national embarrassment. This is the biggest problem facing society in the UK. And I had a parliamentary petition to the Department for Transport. They mandate these signs. They change, and I didn't ask them to kill ones. I just said update the design, make it accurate for all future street signs. And if I got over 10,000 signatures, I would get a letter from the government saying what they were going to do. And I have an update. Please do find the petition. Yes, it's a fantastic community of people who watch mathematics videos on YouTube. Let's put that to good use. Together, we can change society for the better. Past Matt, so young and naive, also so hairy. And I did get a letter from the government, and it turns out they said, no. They said they're not going to fix the street sign. I won't read the whole thing out. It's deeply underwhelming. They don't really invest in time making the point about how the geometry is wrong and how that's sending the wrong signal in a country that claims to care about mathematical education. But I will say one thing here. The purpose of a traffic sign is not to raise public appreciation and awareness of geometry, which is better dealt with in other ways. So, that was the whole argument. And they both say that the detail, like in a fixed sign, would be too subtle for drivers to notice. And they say that the correct geometry would be, and I quote, so distracting it would increase the risk of an accident. Come on! So I was very upset by that, and I felt like they didn't take it seriously. I was like, well, maybe I could have some kind of insight into what their decision-making process was when they gave me that letter. But the only way we could do that would be with a Freedom of Information request to get all the internal email that pertain. We did exactly that. A journalist friend of mine got all the internal information redacted. We got all the internal communications that pertain to the response I got, and the consensus is they said no. And it's not an interesting note. There's absolutely no discussion about if my case had any merit. They're just like, how do we tell this guy to go away? And I'll quote one bit from it. The government considers the current football symbol conveys a clear meaning understood by the public. Changing the design for public appreciation of geometry is not the purpose of a traffic sign. I would argue that being geometrically plausible is the purpose of a street sign, and that's kind of where we're at. If you've seen my Humble Pie stand-up special or read the book, both of which are out as we speak, I go into a bit more detail about the response I got from the government, and I go through yet again why this sign is so offensive. A lot of people during the campaign did say, hey Matt, have you considered maybe the street signs are just a different football? They're a football that is made of hexagons, not the classic one you think. But the problem is, we prove mathematically you cannot make a ball entirely out of hexagons. We don't know how many hexagons, don't know how they were arranged. Do know for a fact that if you take n, subtract 3n, add on 2n, you get an answer of 0. You cannot get 2. It's absolutely impossible. So there's no way you can have a ball which you get a value of 2. The only exception is you get a value of 0 on a ball to punch a hole through. So we've both closed the door on having an all hexagon football, but open the option. So we put donut. Like that. I make one. Thanks to the Kickstarters who made filming Humble Pie, a comedy of maths errors, possible. It and my new book, Love Triangles, Magic and Trigonometry, first available to purchase when you pre-order Love Triangle. Please do. It's on massgear.co.uk and they have more details about my ridiculous ongoing campaign. And so, to the saga up until has been, if I can't get a ball out of hexagon, we're going to make a foot donut out of hexagon. And we had a video game, you try and bounce a foot donut across the field. And then that was my attempt to kind of bring this whole saga to a close. But then I had another revelation. While it's impossible to make a ball entirely out of hexagon, it is possible to make a ball partly out of hexagon. Like you could have hexagons just in one area and other shapes somewhere else. So I realized it would be technically possible to make a football such that for one specific angle it looks like the sign, which means I've got a whole new avenue to take this campaign. Instead of trying to get the signs changed to match football, I can get the football changed to match the sign. But to make a football that looks like that from only one angle, I need to find someone who can make custom footballs. So I found someone who makes custom footballs. John Paul makes custom and often highly geometric footballs. You may have seen some of their work online. I'm a huge fan of what they do. I particularly like the hand-tile football they made a while ago, but they've done loads of other ridiculous balls. It was an honour to be able to drop by and visit John Paul and their partner Alison and see how they make these incredible footballs. And a while ago, John Paul got in touch and said, do you want to collaborate on a ball? And I said, oh my goodness, I need a football that looks like the street signs. And they got to work. They used 3D software to try and figure out how all the shapes could go together. And then they got stitching. They initially made a prototype, but then they made the real deal. And I was able to go there for the grand unveil.
This is it. I'm so excited. So, how did you make this? This should exist. This is it's a version for a projected prototype. Yes. Yeah, basic kind of process was start with just a snap. Yep. And 3D software. And once we start adjusting to mixing around with the sort of rate this like just as that gets 2 angles of one looks like and then just you just don't need this this version kind of process from the level to so basically made it this and nothing was That's so good. It hasn't got the same waiter. That's very searching. But that's the sign. That's the sign. The sign. So how does the impossible ball? The impossible actually work. Well, John Paul was constrained by the street sign. Those hexagons have to be where those hexagons are. So it looks like the sign, which means it looks nothing like an actual football. It's got much smaller panels and seemingly more of them because that's what we had to do to make it look like the sign. So it's not going to have 20 hexagons. You can drop a classic football. It's going to have, I don't know, are those white ones? They're going to be 20 hexagons still? Are there 12 more hexagons where the pentagons should be? You know what? Let's count them. So, that's the number of hexagons. We know we have those 7 on the front. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the front. We were constrained by the sign. They're clearly hexagons. We can see all of them. They have to be on the ball. The ones around the edge, they're a bit more ambiguous. So we can use those to hide the curvature we need to make this a ball. Cannot do just hexagons, but we'll keep counting hexagons for now. So around the side, so we've got one bottom there, that's number 8, at the top there is number 9. If we roll right up to the top, we've also got 10, 11, 12, 13. They're all quite classic working hexagons. Those 2 middle ones are like non-regular hexagons, 14 and 15. kind of squashes them. But that's all the hexagons. Already counting half the ball. It is symmetric a bit. So I'm counting half of it. Double them. And in terms of other shapes, you can see some pentagons now. So there's one pentagon at the top, two there. If you roll back down, you may have seen a bunch earlier on. There's one there. Three, not a regular pentagon, still a pentagon. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Of course, twice as many. It's a bit of the side as well. And that's it, apart from the octagon. That weird panel in the middle, count them up, 8 edges, that's an octagon. So that's the whole ball, for half of it. If we double them, that's the whole ball. 30 hexagons, 16 pentagons, 2 octagons, way more panels, 1.5 times as many as the classic football. It's because we had to have only hexagons on the front, but now we have a big curvature deck. Hence the chaos, the absolute ridiculousness around the side. This is a much more mathematically complicated ball. It looks far less regular than the classic one, but very importantly, it does look like the sides. Just don't look at it from the side. Now that we have the ball, all we have to do is convince the English Premier League this is what they should be using. Liverpool Football Club, I mean, come on. For the American viewers, Liverpool is like one of the top soccer teams in the world. And here in the UK, they're a staple of the Premier League. That's the top league. I mean, they won the whole thing in the 2019 season. You do not get more English football than Liverpool. So I got in touch, I explained the idea, I wanted to get the ball involved, and they're like, that's incredible. Come on in, we'll get some players who have a look at it. We've got, I'm like, well, hang on, I don't want the football players. I want the football analytics team. I want your maths nerds. And they're like, well, yeah, sure, come and see that. So we're here. We're see if this football would work in an actual game. Can I get your thoughts? Now, I actually sent you pictures of this before. Let me get the right way out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't know what to say. When I first saw this, it made me feel a little bit ill.
A little bit. If you said it your first words, but that makes me feel ill. That's...
yeah, I mean, I'm very sensitive to 3D geometry, and I was fully behind your campaign to get the signs changed. I was wondering,
You signed the
particularly on a petition, but yeah, sadly, but yeah, this it's a work of art, but also it brings me nightmares.
That's a very polite way to put it. It's a work of art. Another fun fact, Kenneth Presley signed the Foot Donut. So, the Foot Donut game that you're doing.
Yes, for my sins, that was another one of my pieces of work. I had a lot of fun doing that together. And,
I bet you did.
yeah,
I just tweeted a photo of a Foot Donut. And you went donut again. Yes, I originally met him through the Foot Donut, and we've worked together on a few projects since, none of them pertaining to his day job. So it was nice enough to visit him at Liverpool and talk about his statistical work and how their team gets so much data from so many different games all around the world.
every time a football is touched within a game, we get coordinates on the pitch, the player who makes that touch, and the context around it. And we get that all through the game for many tens of thousands of games from all across the world.
Oh, so it's not just the Premier League, you're getting everything.
No, it's leagues all the way down to League One in the UK, through to South American leagues, China, North America, all across Europe. In basically any league that you can think of, we've probably got data for it.
Why do you need data from so many different games?
Well, basically our primary role in the research department is recruitment, so we're trying to see who the next best player is going to be, who we want to sign for Liverpool, so that we can obviously get the best result we can in the league, and in order to do that, we need to do games across the whole world, so that we can find all of those mysterious players that nobody else has spotted yet.
The data scouts.
Effectively, yeah, we work very closely with the scouting department, because obviously they've got their perspective, and we can bring a sort of slightly different perspective from the point of view of statistics and data. And those two things combined can be really powerful, and in combination, that helps us make much better decisions when it comes to transferring players in and out of the club.
I should say, Tim has a new YouTube channel, Tim and Cat's Green Walk, which is all about solar panels,
Solar panels, heat pumps,
energy around the house.
yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'll love. Check it out. Of course, we showed the ball to the rest of the research team. We took it to their office and they had a bit of an impromptu kick around. Everyone thought it was a little bit trippy watching how the ball changes how it looks as it rotates, but see, definitely works as an actual football. And while they all had their thoughts, we thought we'd go right to the top and speak to the head of the whole research division.
And I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts so far on this as a football?
Well, like a lot of our models, from one angle, it works perfectly. I feel like I'm getting a lot of very carefully worded half insults. And Tim described it as art. Not in a good way. I would say it's art in a good way. But good. It's art.
You know, we're going to finally read
Art is all about perspective.
Thank you. Yes, and my perspective is it's a perfect ball.
I agree.
Well, I mean, as always, the proof on the pitch. Yes, so we're going to take this ball and we're going to actually kick it around.
They're able to find me a spare little left to kick around, but the closest thing to my mission is DB, which stands for Dead Burger.
It was such a special moment kicking around the impossible on the Liverpool Football Club Premier League indoor warm-up. The big question was, of course, would the Premier League players accept this as a new game? And I asked the researchers, they said that no way the players would ever accept this as a game ball. They kick the ball so hard and so fast that aerodynamics make a big difference. You can bend the direction the ball is going in, and this ball is not even, it's not symmetric enough. As it's rotating, it's got different axes of rotation, and the way you spin it would change how it bends in the air, which I think would add a new element to the game. Apparently, no, they don't accept that. It also looks weird. As it rotates, it looks different, and apparently that would make it very difficult to play, which I can confirm, obviously. Pretty good at football, and the only way you can explain this is because they didn't choose to take it on the ball.
Anyway, a perfectly legitimate ball. You can use it for a quick kick around. Premier League players may be a little upset. It's going to add even more randomness to the game and opportunity to exploit the mildly asymmetric nature of the ball. So I think we're still a go. I think we still change the ball to match the signs. I'm not going to send you to one of those petition sites that harvest your data. I'm going to send you to my petition site that will harvest your data. So if you go to massball.com, you can sign up for the petition.
And here's what I'm hoping. If enough people sign a petition for the Premier League to change to a ball which the players hate, but is the only way to make the signs make sense. We now have the Premier League wanting the government to change the signs as well, because as we established, there's not enough political will at the moment to change the signs. If the Premier League are like, look, people really care about this, we don't want to have to use Matt's ridiculous, mathematically complicated football. The only way out of this is for the government to fix the signs. So, for that to happen, we need you and tens of thousands of other people, please tell all your friends, to say yes to mathematically complicated footballs.
I think if we get more than, what's Wembley Stadium, like 90,000 people? If we get more than a Wembley of names signed up, there'll be a number on the website, massball.com, then I will take the names to the Premier League, see if we can get this done. If anyone in the government, in the Department of Transport, come on, join this channel. Thanks to John Paul, check out Paul Finnegan on TikTok. Thanks to Tim, check out his channel on YouTube, the links are below, and thanks to everyone here at Liverpool that come in, have a kick around, talk about the data analytics and this fantastic Facebook ripple. Famously, in Magic, the holy grail of card tricks is an effect known
The brain, a wrinkly mass of cells that sits protected in the ironclad fortress known as your skull, a mass of electric activity that coordinates the vast, complex network that is the body, all in the effort to preserve the continuity that is your DNA. And buried deep within the brain are two almond-shaped complexes called the amygdala, the centers partly responsible for the experience of fear. In an environment of safety, people have been known to seek out experiences that trigger a fear response. I'm not entirely sure why, on an evolutionary scale, why people do it, why they would voluntarily press on that amygdala and put themselves in a position to fear. But when I looked at my YouTube comments, I came to understand that my audience is no exception. Prion proteins have a special property by which pathogenic variants of the protein can cause other non-pathogenic prions that the body naturally makes to misfold and these toxic protein aggregates slowly build up in the neurons, leading to neurodegeneration and death. What makes prions so terrifying is that their aggregates cannot be cleared naturally by the body and are basically impossible to degrade enzymatically. Typical cooking temperatures are also insufficient to decontaminate affected beef, meaning cows infected with mad cow disease, a type of prion disease that has the capability of traversing a species barrier to infect humans, had to be incinerated. This biological agent is slow-acting, deadly, ultra-stable, ultra-persistent, and because it is unlike any other pathogen, no therapeutics for it to exist. Those properties will be sufficient for the prion to reign as the king of nightmares, but on top of all of that, because misfolded prions cause healthy prions to misfold, they have the potential to grow exponentially. Prions are some of the scariest pathogenic agents I have ever seen. Some of you even believe that prions make classically horrifying pathogens like rabies virus look like amateurs. So here it is. This is almost everything I have ever learned about prions. Before we learn about prions, let's get on the same page when it comes to terminology. A prion is any protein that, when misfolded, can cause other proteins of the same type to misfold. But for clarity and simplicity's sake, when I talk about the prion protein, I am specifically referring to the protein product of the major prion protein gene. There are many prion proteins, but the one that will be relevant for most of our discussion of mammalian diseases is this major prion protein. And before we talk about prion diseases, we should first talk about what the major prion protein actually does in its healthy form. And that's a surprisingly difficult question to answer, involving a scientific roller coaster of seemingly contradictory results. Typically, when biologists want to study the function of the protein, they'll take a model organism and genetically modify the organism in a way that renders that protein non-functional. This is called a genetic knockout. An animal whose gene of interest has been disabled. We can then compare the biology of the knockout animal to the wild-type animal, or the animal that has not been genetically modified, and deduce the function of that gene. The first engineering of a major prion protein knockout in mammals were the Zurich-1 mice made in 1992. How did the researchers break the prion protein gene in the Zurich-1 mice? Before the advent of CRISPR, a common strategy to break genes is to do a domain swap. What this involves is identifying the gene sequence of the protein of interest and taking advantage of a property of DNA called recombination that allows scientists to replace a huge chunk of the gene with some other DNA sequence, breaking that gene. The Zurich-1 mice no longer have a functional major prion protein gene because the majority of the prion gene was replaced with a neomycin resistance gene, producing a Frankenstein protein that should prevent real prion protein from being made. The neomycin resistance gene codes for an enzyme that confers resistance to the antibiotic neomycin and has no real function in neurons, making them a good candidate to break the prion protein without too many side effects. The researchers subjected these engineered mice to a battery of behavioral tests to check their cognitive functions through a series of mazes. What was shocking was that up to 7 months in age, these mice were largely normal, with no significant differences in their ability to learn. It seemed that the Zurich-1 mice lacking major prion protein being normal could lead one to believe that healthy prion protein has no major biological function. But hold on, scientists are nothing if not thorough. There are some interesting questions we can still ask given the results of the Zurich-1 study. 1. The whole of the prion protein was not removed. Maybe the little bit that was still being made still has a function, and not removing the whole protein wasn't drastic enough to cause a change. 2. Maybe the function of the prion protein is a function of old age. 7 months of age is safely an adult mouse, but it isn't geriatric. Many prion diseases take some time for symptoms to show. 3. Navigation of mazes is certainly a great test for assessing the cognitive, behavioral, and motor ability of a mouse, but maybe the prion protein is important for a somewhat complex/subtle change not captured by these tests. 4. Even if we didn't learn much about the prion protein's native function, we can still ask an interesting question about prion diseases. Prion disease is hypothesized to be propagated by misfolded prions forcing other prions to misfold. Do mice lacking the prion protein exhibit resistance to prion disease? I won't go into too many details on these particular experiments. The short conclusion to this question is yes, the xeric 1 mice lacking prions were resistant to infection by prions, supporting the hypothesis that prion diseases were in fact caused by prions. To address the first issue of the xeric 1 mice potentially making some weirdly functional version of prion protein, a different group created another engineered strain, this time preventing the mouse from making prion mRNA or prion protein altogether. This line was called Edinburgh and replicated the results from the xeric 1, showing that removing a prion protein did not have a measurable effect on developing mice. Not only was the Edinburgh mice less molecularly messy, the Edinburgh mouse also came from an inbred line, meaning there was less of a chance that the genetic engineering could have had unintended consequences. So that's it, right? Major prion protein has no major function in mammals. Knocking it out twice in 2 different mice lines showed no noticeable effects. Surely scientists would have moved on from this, but no. A third group made a mouse line called Nagasaki, which had the whole prion gene replaced with an antibiotic resistance gene. Their rationale for making this mouse was not apparent from their papers. Maybe they had trouble getting the existing mice or something, or maybe they took issue with how the previous mice were engineered. Whatever the case may be, unexpectedly, in contrast to xeric 1 and Edinburgh, the Nagasaki mice in their old age experienced difficulty walking and had a marked decrease in the number of Purkinje cells in their brain. Purkinje cells are special neurons found in the cerebellum, the cortex of the brain responsible for motor coordination. This presents us with some conflicting data. Xeric 1 and Edinburgh were largely normal. Nagasaki mice showed that prion protein might play a role in motor coordination. Why were the results different, and which one of these results should we believe? When the genetic engineering strategies were carefully compared, the Nagasaki mice were found to have removed a bit of extra DNA at the beginning of a protein-coding region of the prion gene. This extra deletion was later shown to have major unintended consequences that resulted in the discovery of a secret, hidden gene lurking in the shadow of the original prion gene. I'm pausing here to allow you to pick up the pieces of your surely shattered brain. This gene was called Doppel, for being the prion gene's doppelganger, and it lives 16 kilobases downstream of the prion gene. Doppel is an especially appropriate name as its sequence identity is so similar to the prion genes that it is hypothesized that Doppel and prion share the same genetic ancestral origin. Show of hands how many of you prion freaks out there knew there was a prion doppelganger gene. I sure as heck didn't. It turns out that the extra bit of deletion that the Nagasaki mice had removed is what is called a splice acceptor site. We all know that DNA codes for mRNA, which is then read to make protein, but it is less known that mRNA is often processed in eukaryotes before it is made into protein. Eukaryotic mRNA is made of introns and exons, and before a protein is produced, the introns are spliced out. The combinations of splicing introns out can result in variations in protein structure, giving one stretch of DNA the ability to code for many different proteins. The prion protein is made of 3 exons that are read to make the protein, and these 2 introns here have to be cut out of the mRNA or the protein will be made incorrectly. These intronic sequences are removed through a process called splicing. In the healthy normal mouse, the prion gene and the Doppel gene make the mRNA for 2 different proteins, but by removing a splice site at the top of the prion gene sequence, the resulting production of the mRNA gets messed up, making a very long mRNA that includes the Doppel gene. In other words, the Nagasaki mice not only broke the prion protein, but also resulted in the Later research has confirmed that the overproduction of Doppel and not the removal of the prion protein was responsible for the Nagasaki mice losing formation in old age. And I think that's the worst argument I've ever seen. Progression in prion research has now allowed us insight as to what the true cellular function of the prion protein is. It just wouldn't make sense for evolution to have conserved this gene across so many walks of life in spite of its potential for biophysical corruption. If it were truly useless and truly just harmful, evolution would have likely jettisoned this gene from the genome long ago. We now know, after improved methods of research, that the prion protein is a membrane protein, which is primarily made by neurons. We also know that the prion protein is significantly enriched at the axon in the presynaptic terminal. The axon is the long body of the neuron and acts as a relay for electrical signals to travel through. Synapses are junctions between neurons that allow one neuron to pass off signals to another. One could hypothesize that the prion protein is important for the structure and/or function of the synapse. While we discussed genetic knockouts as a way to investigate the role of genes, scientists can do the opposite. Overexpression lines are genetically engineered mice that make too much of a protein of interest. Mice that make too much healthy prion protein have increased synaptic transmission, meaning that the connections between neurons get stronger the more prion protein you have. But before you start taking prion supplements, just know that stronger neuronal connections don't always result in improved performance. Biology is about being just right for your context, meaning there is such a thing as neurons being too strong. A hypothesized function of the prion protein is in the regulation of sleep. This certainly makes sense, given that prion disease, fatal familial insomnia, is a disease in which patients lose the ability to sleep. However, a direct link between prions and sleep has been difficult to prove and may be good to cover in a finite. Prions might also play a role in mitigating neurotoxic damage. Ironically enough, mice without prion proteins have larger stroke volumes than mice that have prions. It's kind of weird. Finally, prions are hypothesized to play a role in myelin maintenance. Myelin sheaths are wraps of proteins and lipids that surround the body of the neuron to increase conduction speed of brain signals. Myelin sheath degradation is associated with all sorts of neurodegenerative diseases. To conclude this chapter, we can say that prions may play a subtle but important role in neurons. We might not need the protein to survive, but I think we're pretty sure we wouldn't be the same without making that protein. It's still a mystery why the prion protein has had such strong evolutionary pressure to be maintained in mammals, and I'm excited to hear what scientists have to say about it in the future. We now know a bit more about what prions actually do for us. Now we'll finally get into why you clicked on this video, prion diseases. But since I'm not a medical doctor, nor do I want to inflict you with any neuroses about your health, I won't be talking about the diseases themselves, but the molecular biology behind how the diseases can manifest. Quick recap. Misfolded prions cause properly folded prions to misfold. Misfolded prions clump together in aggregates that the cell is not equipped to break up. Eventually, the garbage gets out of control and the cell dies. How does a good prion misfold and turn bad? The details are somewhat fuzzy, but one way is that genetic mutations cause the amino acid sequence within proteins to change, and that slight structural change may make them far more vulnerable to being misfolded. We know that one end of the prion, called the N-terminus, is very disordered, meaning that part of the protein has a very high level of floppiness. The other end of the protein, called the C-terminus, is very structured, ordered, and relatively inflexible. Several mutations in the C-terminal end of the protein have been associated with the development of prion diseases, and those specific amino acids have been shown to be important for keeping those parts of the protein together. If any of these amino acid sequences change, say by spontaneous somatic mutation, the generally high-ordered C-terminal end of the protein can fall apart, allowing for messy, aggregation-prone configurations. This protein, whose sequence is now mutated, can now interact with healthy prion protein, forcing those proteins to misfold as well. If all prion diseases are caused by misfolding prions, why do these diseases have different symptoms? FFI starts with insomnia, CJD starts with dementia, Kuru starts with changes in motor ability. I might go into more depth in a 5-minute, but the short end of it is it's pretty mysterious, and might have to do with where those prions are aggregating. Why do cells die when dealing with prions? And least one mechanism by which prion aggregation causes cell death is by stressing the organelle known as the endoplasmic reticulum. Not only is the endoplasmic reticulum the hub for protein production in the cell, it's also the site in which these proteins are folded with the aid of proteins called chaperones. This quality control function of the ER is really important. It's estimated that 10% of healthy prion protein is initially made improperly folded. So the ER's job of correcting prion structure before it can be transported and poison other healthy prion proteins is, as you can imagine, of paramount importance. It is hypothesized that a buildup of misfolded prion protein in the ER, potentially induced by contact with an infectious prion, causes the ER to go into hyperdrive, upregulating the unfolded protein response. This program aims to hold onto misfolded proteins, unfold them, refold them, and send them on their merry way. Since misfolded prion proteins are so hard to unfold and refold, these toxic prions build up in the ER. Chronic activation of the unfolded protein response activates the p38 MAPK protein, initiating the cell death pathway known as apoptosis. A reasonable assumption to make is that if we can figure out how to unfold a misfolded prion protein, or how to destroy them in a biologically relevant way, that a future in which these diseases are treatable is at the very least imaginable. So let's take a look at what I found about the structural biology of the prion protein. We know that misfolded prions are nigh impossible to destroy in a biological context, but why haven't we figured out a way to destroy them reliably? One reason why research into this problem is so tough is due to the inherent difficulties of studying the aggregated protein form. We've actually known the crystal structure of the healthy prion protein since 1996. Knowing what proteins actually look like on a molecular level is an incredible weapon for scientists to engineer solutions to these problems. We could, for instance, design something that maybe binds the healthy prion protein and prevents it from binding a diseased prion protein. But that would require understanding the origami steps by which contact with a misfolded prion causes a healthy prion to misfold, and that's difficult because it's really hard to find out what a misfolded prion even looks like. See, X-ray crystallography has been an incredible tool for molecular biology, the pinnacle of structural information. But its power comes with a drawback. As the name implies, you need your protein to form an actual crystal. As we learned in part 3 of this monster of a video, prions containing those specific amino acid changes have more disorder than their healthy counterparts, meaning getting them to form something like a crystal is really difficult. All hope is not lost for prion structural analysis. We just have to go a bit more low-res. Technologies like FTIR and CD spectroscopy can tell us a lot about the features of prion aggregates, namely that they are characterized by a shift from alpha helices to beta sheets. A paper using a technique called cryo-EM, which is an incredible technique with resolving power almost as good as X-ray crystallography without the drawbacks, was able to see the ultrastructural elements of a specific type of prion aggregate called a fiber, with proteins in their full length. Many prion structure studies had to cut off bits and pieces of the protein that were not amenable to crystallization. But this is the first I've seen where the whole length proteins giving rise to fibril aggregates were captured, and I gotta say, they are incredible. You can actually play with the models online, link in the description. Prion fibrils appear to involve stacks of these beta sheet heavy structures that have all of this surface area for interaction. Now, I'm not a structural biologist, but I hypothesize that one reason why these aggregates are so hard to break down with heat is that stacks and stacks of intermolecular forces combined makes molecules ultra-stable. While understanding prion protein structure may hold the key to developing treatments for prion diseases, I was personally unable to find therapeutic strategies that took advantage of this new knowledge. Maybe in the future, scientists will develop a targeted molecule that can disrupt these interactions, but for now, my focus shifts elsewhere into currently, to my knowledge, there are no approved treatments for prion disease. There were many promising drug candidates in the past, but many trials have failed in the animal model stage. One such drug is quinacrine, a drug that started to work in mice, decreasing the amount of prion aggregates, but then failed as those prions had adapted a drug-resistant arrangement. My goodness, that is a scary sequence of words. Drug-resistant prion disease. I suppose since there aren't any drugs even out right now for prion diseases, that's not inherently worse, but still. Another cool attempt at a drug is the anti-prion AP1. The anti-prion is a prion whose aggregates do promising drug candidates in the past, but many trials have failed in the animal model stage. One such drug is quinacrine, a drug that started to work in mice, decreasing the amount of prion aggregates, but then failed as those prions had adapted a drug-resistant arrangement. My goodness, that is a scary sequence of words. Drug-resistant prion disease. I suppose since there aren't any drugs even out right now, But still, another cool attempt at a drug is the anti-prion AP1. The anti-prion is a prion whose aggregates do not appear to cause disease in mice. The idea here is that antiprions form their own aggregates that resistant to disease-related folding patterns, effectively preventing disease-related prions from spreading their poison. When treated with AP1, mice still get accumulation of prion aggregates in the brain, but their brains are surprisingly normal, and they were resistant to developing prion disease. Insanely cool, but I haven't really seen a clinical trial for that technology. There is one promising ongoing clinical trial for an anti-prion drug, maybe the first ever. Ion 717 is an experimental drug that is an antisense oligonucleotide. What this basically means is that the drug is a piece of mRNA that binds a prion. When those mRNA molecules bind to each other, they are destroyed, lowering the amount of prion protein in the brain that is. This option could allow those who have prion aggregates building up in their brain to delay the progression of their disease. As we've seen early in the video, the prion protein does appear to have a function, but it doesn't seem to be required for life. In medicine, sometimes you have to make trade-offs. When faced with something as harrowing as prion disease, side effects may be an acceptable risk to take. This was the perfect time to make this prion. The drug is started in 2024 and is predicted to end in 2025. If the folks have been able to take this off, it would be a perfect system. Folks have been used massive clinical trials, it's not good to put all eggs in one basket. There is still research in basic biology, chemistry, and physics that are still going on. Perhaps we need to go deeper, more basic. No, too basic. Yeast are known to make different prion protein all the time. Given the number of million prion protein, they are proteins that do prion things. Evolution happened so much faster on the scale of microbes, and yet these organisms are still making a ton of different prion proteins. Why? In their non-aggregated form, many of these prion proteins have a healthy function. When they aggregate, it's actually really bad for the yeast. There is one notable exception, and it's crazy. It's the head S system. The head S aggregated prion, the form of the prion that is most associated with dysfunction, it can actually yeast exchange DNA properly. Basically, if two yeast strains get unfolded and want to swap DNA, if they're of the same strain, then all good, go ahead. However, if one fungi makes a head S form that can form prion aggregates and the other doesn't, when the cells merge, the merged cell dies. When head S prion interacts with head S soluble, the head S soluble protein changes shape into a protein that destabilizes the cell membrane. Why might a fungi want that? These fungi often grow as colonies, a conglomerate of cells that cooperate with one another. An improper fusion between two incompatible cells may result in a functional enough but unhealthy cell. By having a system by which improper fusion events can be detected and removed, these fungi ensure a high level of evolutionary fitness in their environment. Functional prions. That's so cool. It makes sense following the fact that fungi are prolific prion producers that they evolved anti-prion defense systems that can shower the proteins that help prions unfold and move properly. Maybe a future therapy will take inspiration from the whole yeast. Another microorganism that surprisingly deals with prions are frequent lichens. Lichens are significant for fungi. At a seed, lichens are in fact capable of degrading prion aggregates. And yet, you know what? Archaeans are a humble lichen contains proteases that break down a wide range of prion variants. Some have to make that is an absolutely incredible metaphor. One of the most absolutely horrifying scenarios we can think of is the slowly accumulating Prion aggregates in our food chain. But as far as I know, that hasn't happened yet. And why not? It's possible that microbes, like lichens, have evolved to break down the Prion routine, preventing this apocalyptic scenario. But because the authors of the were cautious, I will echo their caution. I haven't read any proof about lichens being immune to disease to prions from the environment, but boy, that would be awesome. Prions have always been a dark fascination of mine. Like lichens have evolved to break down the prion routine, preventing this apocalyptic scenario. But because the authors of this lichen theory review paper are cautious, I will echo their caution. I haven't read any proof about lichens being immune to disease to prions from the environment, but boy, that would be awesome. Prions have always been a dark fascination of mine, commonly thought to be one of the most terrifying biological agents to exist. But I do want to focus solely on what's scary because that covers the spotlight on all the incredible work that the scientists that I've cited have done. If you like this video, subscribe for more deep dives into molecular biology. Thank you for watching. This video is found on Spotlight goes to Alkharid. If you want to show off your art, please use the hashtag #masterpieces and you might get a spot in the next video. If you want to support me beyond subscribing, why not sign up for my YouTube membership? Here, you'll get access to private Dish, Discord, and hang out on biology and stuff, as well as sneak peeks of the
Especial. Pegou bem. Sensacional. Liga no mercado. Excelente para ter boa. Nossa. Eu vou pausar. Esse cara é o quê? Guilherme, baixa aqui. Abre um pouco. Super. Cada desafio. Senador, força, essa desgraça.
cyberspace.